nation, 'cause this one is a lie. Sat around laughing and watched the last one die. Now I'm looking to the sky to save me, looking for a sign of life, looking for something to help me burn out bright. I'm looking for complication, looking 'cause I'm tired of lying. Make my way back home when I learn to fly. Think I'm done nursing patience. It couldn't wait one night. Give it all away if you give me one last try. We live happily ever trapped if you just save my life. Run and tell the angels that everything's alright. I'm looking to the sky to save me, looking for a sign of life, looking for something to help me burn out bright. I'm looking for complication, looking 'cause I'm tired of trying. Make my way back home when I learn to fly. Make my way back home when I learn to fly. With me, I can't quite make it alone. Try to make this life my own. Fly with me, I can't quite make it alone. Try to make this life my own. I'm looking to the sky to save me, looking for a sign of life, looking for something to help me burn out bright. I'm looking for complication, looking 'cause I'm tired of trying. Make my way back home when I learn to look into the sky to save me, looking for a sign of life, looking for something to help me burn out bright. I'm looking for complication, looking 'cause I'm tired of trying. Make my way back home when I learn to fly. Make my way back home when I learn to fly. Make my way back home when I learn to.
Hello. Hi. Hello. Oh, where's my hand? Hello. Hi. Hello. Hi. We're continuing off of yesterday. And we played I forgot the name of the game. It's Remnant 2. Okay. So last thing we did, also hello, I hope everyone's having a good day. Last thing we did was clear a dungeon, and we were on the way to talk to this big robot eye, who's looking to greet us at this tower. What's my sensitivity like? This one I want to keep it in? I don't remember which sensitivity I played on. I'm gonna assume it's this one. Alright. We should be back out. Wait, I'd never actually checked what was over here. That was an elevator. Oh, that's like another part of the wasteland. I forgot I have the fucking fire speed. Is this where I need to go? I don't think it is. Wait, how do I get out of here? How do I get out? How did I get in? This is where I came from. Yeah, I came from over there. Okay, I'm not crazy. I'm over here thinking I'm crazy. Crazy! Fuck, how did the copy pasta go? It's like crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. The rats made me crazy. Crazy. I literally just said it and I already forgot it. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. The rats made me crazy. Speaking of crazy, they locked, I was crazy once. This is where I need to go, right? No. This is just a separate tower. Touch. Is this another dungeon? Oh, person, friendly. Oh, you're fucking sick.
Against all predictions, you stand before me, living, breathing, an impossibility made manifest. The Seekers would have wept at the sight of you. How is it you came here?
I traveled through a giant red crystal.
Fascinating. Were I not otherwise occupied, I would certainly investigate this phenomenon. Alas, only I remain as witness to your arrival. You cannot possibly understand the irrevocable impact your presence would have had on the Drasir. Yet, it is for the sake of the Drasir that I must, reluctantly, divert my attentions. I need your help to save this world. To save Nerud and all Drasir.
Save him from what?
From entropy. I am the custodian, set in charge of this ship and its people. To fulfill my duties, I must acquire full control of Nerud's functioning.
Wait, you said world, now you said ship?
One and the same. Nerud is a construct, a world made not of stone, but of science. I control all of Nerud save one thing. The core. The Seekers hid it away within their tower, beyond my grasp. The Seekers are gone, but their keys remain. You must acquire these keys and enter their tower. Once inside, you need only shut down the core. I can then do what is needed. It is the only way to save Nerud.
I had some I don't really have questions. Sounds pretty straightforward.
Find the core and shut it down.
You got it. Robots everywhere. So where is it? Find the remaining 2 keys to enter the tower. Wait. Oh, I already have a key. Wait, there's 3 keys. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. I have 1 key. But I need 2 more. Okay. And then we go in there. Alright, well. Anyone have any idea where a key it could be? Oh, my dog can't help. Everything here flies.
Come on!
Oh, what the fuck? You're new. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Stop. I know, I'm not dodging. I'm looking at I'm too busy looking.
Looks like I'm full up.
Oh, I have a point. Oh, I can max out endurance. Nice. Is this open? No. What's this? No. Just a boy and his dog. Out and about. Doing their thing. Out and about. Doing their thing. Out and about. Let me touch. You're out of touch. I'm out of time. And I'm running my I should make coffee. Why am I so tired? I hate it here. Nice. Oh, there's 4 total. Okay, well now I know what they look like. I was already there. Right? Yeah, I say we probably have to go back to where we were over here. Unless the other key is like this way. Which probably is. Mark Park. Bark bark. Bark bark. Oh shit. Oi. Oh, for fuck's sake. I keep trying to force scenarios where I can use my extra... Wait, can I go around? Firing speed when I'm standing still, but I feel like that just makes me take unnecessary damage. Oh, nope, this is for sure not. Ew. we haven't explored over there yet. Oh, there's a... Wait, there's a lot of... Oh, wait, no, this is where the guy was. This is where we were before. Right, right, okay. So then we want to go this way, right? Yeah, we want to explore this way. Leave no trail unmarked. I hear another one. Oh, great. Reload. Oi! Am I full? Oh no. I forgot it's X to swap weapons. I almost pressed 2 and I was about to use an item. I've been playing too much Helldivers. That's not true. There's no such thing as too much Helldivers. Helldivers is just so much fun. Oh, there is a tunnel here. I take it I can go that way. And that just leads back to the quarantine zone that I was in. Yeah, there's nothing, there's pretty much nothing else over there. Alright. Oh, zombies? Bat, bat, bat. Bat, bat, bat. I like this, like, I said last time, but I'm gonna say it again. This, like, horror, this sci-fi horror, like, futuristic kind of aesthetic in this world is so good.
Well, this isn't looking good.
Bop, bop, bop. Get him, doggo. Oh, what? Oh, that's nasty. What is that? Blight? Oh, that hurts. Red bullets. Red bullets are
Out of
good.
room.
Red bullets are always good. There's no such thing as bad red bullets. Dr. Milling, hi. Oh, here's my hand. Hello. Welcome in. Enjoy your stay. Your route is awesome. Just the hub area is so annoying. I agree. The hub area was kind of a pain for me. I really got my ass kicked by the like cube boss, and I had help navigating through all the teleporters, but
What happened here?
if I didn't have help, I definitely would have been there longer than I already was. pet the dog. The sugar puppy. Now we go kill him. Let's check up here. Oh, I see robots. Dormant robots. Wait, there was a hallway over there. And there's zombies over there. I just want to see what's over here. Yeah, first time labyrinth is confusing. Yeah, I did not. Oh. I see. I did not know that that the teleporters changed. I would have gone a long time without figuring that out. I just assume it's a teleporter, you know? Typically, teleporters. Oh! Whoa! Oi! Fuck off. Oh no! I didn't mean to shoot that. Oh fuck! Hello? Hey, what's up? Oi! Perfectly timed. No! It's alright, that's what we have the dog for. World's best dog. Ow! I'm gonna fucking die in here! Okay, that could have gone way better. It's alright, we did it. Everyone calm down, thank you. I am so carried by this dog. GG, thank you. Did I? Yeah, I guess there really was nothing else in that room. I was not expecting a random boss fight. That wasn't even a boss fight. That was just an empowered normal enemy. An an empowered normal enemy. Oh, hi. That's poison. That be poison, alright. Yes, sorry. Oh. Let's go! Oh my god! I regret my decision. I regret all my decisions. Hello? worked out in the end. Yeah, there's nothing over there. Okay. Hello? It's small areas like this that I kind of wish I had a shotgun. Oh. New ring. What do we got? Increases all damage dealt by 1% per second to a maximum of 15. Dodging resets power complex to 0%. Oh. No thanks. I will pass. Is there anything else in there? Get pushed! I've alerted the horde. Alright. Oh god. I'm very proud of myself. I kill that guy very fast. Where am I going now? Let's check out the left. Hello? Sit down. Boxing ring! Oh god, he's covered in poison. Okay, I have looked everywhere here. There is nothing. Right? Yeah. Oh, that just leads back that way. Right? Yeah. Alright, we gotta explore further in. What is this debuff? I don't know what this is, and I'm scared to get that meter full.
All right, come and get some.
Oh, hey. I fucking love these weapons. Bring it on! Suppressed. Oh fuck. I'm assuming that means I can't use abilities. Ow. Oh shit. Oh no, I can still use them. You fighting my dog? No, but you're just chilling. Got intuition. Suppressed. I don't think I have anything for this. Wait, it slightly increases the fade window. It fades by 50%. Last 30 seconds. Oh. The status essentially deactivates the player's entire set of perks and skills mid-combat. Oh. Yeah, it's like a classic RPG kind of silence. It's what you cast on mages and stuff. Okay. Well, I'm kind of fucked. I don't have anything against that. Also, what I get? Intuition. Using a relic extends the duration of any active hunter skill by 5%. Effect degrades with each subsequent use. Cool. Alright.
What's that smell?
Wait, is that a fucking fog wall? Oh boy. Alright, we pet the dog for good luck. May his paws bring us fortune. Praise be. Oh, big sludge monster? Big sludge monster? Oh shit. Oh, he's fast! Come on. Oi! I love this fucking firing speed. Get the hell away from me. Did you just kill my dog? Come on, get up. Come on, come on. What are you doing? He's fucking telekinetic now. Are you gonna explode? Oi! Ow! Ow! Oh my god! Oh god. Heal, doggo, heal! I need ammo. Oh, hey. Stop. Oh! No! Oh! Fuck you. What the fuck is that? Well, that was something. Liz! Hi! Hello. I'm playing Remnant. Not even close. Of course, not even close. Only in his dreams he wishes he could defeat me. I'm gonna hydrate. Oh, and I got a skill point. I can finally invest in lifesteal. Oh boy. We do a little lifesteal as a treat. We steal people's lives. Take it out.
This looks important.
This is mine now. You can't have it. I keep saying it, your avatar is so cool and cute. Oh, thank you. Wait, where's my happy? I'm glad you think so. It makes me happy to hear. I love how touching the rock gives me ammo. The fucking... Oh, hey. That's sick. I never noticed that before. And then I started blasting. Kick. Go get him. Oh wait, I already killed him. Sorry. We pet the dog for good luck. Blessed be his paws. I'm gonna lurk. I'll be where let's. Absolutely. Have a great lurk. Have a good stream and see it. Glad to see you again. Yeah, you too. Glad to see you too. Hope you have a great rest of your day. And I gotta figure out which direction to go. Let's go down. And tell Leth I said he's a great cowboy. May his hat forever stay on his head. Get flooded.
No room for that. Great.
You got that right. Yeah, you're kicking ass. All right, I'll help. I want the blue. Double D, double die. Don't touch my dog, you bitch. What the fuck was that? What are you? Fucking spirit wraith? I thought we were playing the. I thought we were in a sci-fi world, not Diablo. That's a bit. That's a wall. never checked out what was over here. There's a big tower. We can check that out. I want to see what this facility looks like. Oh wait, I already passed by here. What is this? Galvanized iron. Galvanized iron. Ooh, galvanized iron. You can galvanize my iron. Kick. I don't know what that does, but I'm doing it anyway. Ooh, purple. Show me the money. Hit him with the two. New aim of the kinetic shield exchanger. You got that right. While shield is active, gain 25% mod damage and generate 15% additional mod power. While shield is active, I don't have a shield. What do you mean? Do you give me a shield? Damn, this suppression thing does not go away, does it? I'm gonna have to wait till I touch another bonfire. Crystal thing. Is that a cave? Cave or tower? Let's do cave. Big punch! Punch! Sharp paw punch! I got claws, man. I'm not afraid to fucking use them. We have a dungeon. We have a dungeon. Am I going in circles? I am going in circles.
Okay, this is it.
Oh, there's a downstairs. That's what I was looking for. Hello?
I've got another one.
Get him, boy. Sick him. Oh, I live with 1 health. I need to upgrade my stuff. Oh, I also just realized I have another point. Tip. Press F to activate your weapon bot. Wow. Really? I didn't know that. Void vessel facility. Should I go back for quick upgrades? I say we go back for some quick upgrades. Number go up. Number need to go up. If number don't go up, number bad. Number unhappy.
Oh, traveler. Take care, my friend.
Did I get anything for that boss? Let me see. Hey.
This better be. All right then.
Oh, I also I have a lot of money. Bore. Fires a drill projectile which bores into enemies on contact, dealing 80 damage. After fully burrowing into an enemy, it creates a weak spot, which grants 50% normal weak spot damage on hit. If attached to an existing weak spot, range crit chance is increased by wait, hold on. What the fuck? That's kind of sick. That's really powerful, actually. What is this? Oh, right, it's this thing. Do I want this? Do I want this? Do I want this? This will be good for killing bosses and tough enemies, but I have to remember to shoot this in their weak spot. And that's even if I land it. I also have a chance of missing. I'll make it just to have it.
Okay.
Because I'm a pretty big fan of the electric ball. Though I do kind of wish I had a better backup item.
Don't suppose you've seen...
Yeah, I found Clementine.
Wait, for real? Folks around here have been worried sick about her. Well, don't just stand there gawking.
She's in a
Where
place
is
between
she?
worlds called the Labyrinth. She's helping some otherworldly being called the Keeper.
The... What? You sound like you've been drinking too much of Mudtooth's tonic. You know that, right?
It's weird, I know. I don't understand it all myself.
All right, well... Is she coming back?
I don't think so. She seems happy.
So long as she's all right, I guess. I mean, I barely knew her. But she seemed like she could make her own choices just fine. So now that you found her, does that mean you're here to stay?
Actually, I found these segments hidden throughout the worlds. Hey, I mean it.
I'm sorry. I just can't believe all those words were put into the same sentence, or that I even understood some of it. Our lives got pretty weird, huh? I guess we were asking for it, looking for fairy tales and all. Well, I ain't going nowhere then. I'll be here when you need me, or when you're done, whichever comes first. Just make sure you come back, okay? Hey, you're back.
What are you selling? Ooh, you sell better iron. Perfect dodges increase crit chance by 15% and critical damage by 15% for 15 seconds. Oh, that's pretty good. After killing an enemy, gain 5% fire rate and melee attack speed for 7 seconds. Stacks 3 times. After performing a slide, gain 50% evade speed and 10% movement speed for 12 seconds. Increase armor effectiveness by 35 and reduces encumbrance by 15. Ooh. I do like that. Oh, you sell. Oh, yeah, you sell both types. I'm gonna buy this just to have it. Don't necessarily know if I'm gonna put it on. And you sell Simulacrum. I needed to sell... Oh, can I not sell it? The thing that makes the gun. Because I don't think I'm ever gonna get that gun. Yeah, no. Alright.
Don't be a stranger, okay?
And I think this guy... yeah, I need to upgrade... I need to use my Simulacrum.
They fight.
Oh wait, I got a new one. Picking up ammo increases range damage by 10% for 20 seconds. Wait, that's really good. I like that a lot, actually. This weapon's charge shots increase. Wait, should I just put this on? Free 10% damage?
All
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that.
What a... Of course.
Harmonize or overdrive? Which one's the one I just did? Transpose, yeah. Let's do that, and let's do melee.
You must return.
And I think we're done. Am I out of money? No, I still have money. I don't think I have enough for anything though. I kind of want to get a new armor. Although I don't think the heavy armor this guy sells is better than what I have. I don't even have enough. Oh, oh wait, this is better, but it's heavier. Bruiser armor plate. I can make that money right now, actually. What is this? Reduces stamina consumption by 50. Dude, I barely even use these, like, long-lasting buff items, and I really should. Cures root rot blight. Oh, right, I forgot I bought tonics, I'm not gonna lie. Do I sell the Blightstone? Dude, I barely even use these. I should sell these. I don't use these. $46, $42, $47, $46, $42, $47. This is 52. Oh yeah, this is going up by like a lot. I am now very heavy though. Can I still have this one? No. Wait, I can have this one. I'm literally 0.1 away. That's so sad. This is so sad. Alexa, play Despacito. This is 20, this is 19. Yeah, the rest of these I can't. Right? Yeah, no. Alright, well, we're out here with a strong chest piece. Did I just improve my armor rating? This was 110. Or this is 110 now. What did I have before? I had this, I had this, I had this. No. 110. This is basically the same. Don't forget your new amulet. Oh, true. I guess in the amount of armor that I gain from the chest piece compared to the amount of armor that I lose from. Wait a minute, you're so fucking right. I get 50% the stuff. Wait, does that mean I can equip both heavy armors? Or all three, I mean? Yeah, bruiser gloves, bruiser. Yeah, that's my strongest armor. All right. Wait, I can probably put on like a. I don't. I need a new helmet now. I need a helmet now, but I don't want to put this one on because it looks ridiculous. Look at this thing. And this covers up my screen too. It's like distracting. I don't like it. Alright, well now we have a new goal for in terms of our cash. Bark. Where were we? Timeless Horizon? Was that where we were? Threshold of the Unknown. I think you could turn helmets off in your options. Oh, I did not know that. Timeless Horizon. Wait, I gotta go here. But I was in the Void Vessel facility. But you're telling me to go here. Why? Did I miss something here? In the Timeless Void? Suspicious. I am probably gonna look for. Oh yeah, that's right. There's a dungeon here. Wait, no, this is where I came from. There's a dungeon there. Right? Who the fuck? I missed. Oh yeah, I got that new mod too. Let me try that out. Actually, I'll someone remind me to put that on during in the next boss fight. Yeah, okay, I came from here. Then I made my way, like... Is this an area? That doesn't look like an area. That's the new area discovered. Okay, let's go back to there. Oh, I think I can go more like north. But let me finish this area in the south first. I mean, I don't think it matters what order I get the keys in, right? Just as long as I get them. Big punch. Crush. Oh, ew. That's a good boy. You just need to get them? Yeah, I figured. But not every dungeon has a key. Ah. I mean, regardless, a dungeon would have a reward at the end, so at least we're not doing this for nothing. Helps get some exploration done off the map. I need to stop meleeing things because they're just going to suppress me. But it's so tempting. Oh, I don't have my fucking firing speed bonus. When will my firing speed bonus come back from the war? Can I open this? No. Oh, get away from me. No, I'm gonna get suppressed. If something that suppresses even like stares at me, I'm gonna fucking get it. Can't step in that. This is the room I was in before. I just made a circle. Imagine having a sense of direction. It couldn't be me. What's this? Button? Button. Not a button. Oh. I don't have a thing for this. Wait, how do I get over here? Oh. I'm just blind. No, these rooms are just parallel. That's throwing me off. Parallel? I mean, like, symmetrical. They're the same. They look the same. Yeah, I can go that way. And eventually go this way. Closet. Closet. Money. Oh, that's a locked door.
Here we go.
There he is. I'm running out of bullets. Hey. Ow! They're not scary, but there's some ugly motherfuckers. Hello? Very glyph. That takes me back. This goes down. Oh, no, it's just fine. Punch! There's a purple. I see a purple. I want it.
No, I can't carry any more of that.
Forged iron. I never checked how much iron. Oh shit. I never checked which specific iron that I needed to start upgrading my weapons, because after like level 10 I forgot what kind of iron it is. Right. Ring. While carrying a heavy weapon, primary fire gains 10% damage and 10% crit chance. What is considered a heavy weapon? Do we get light machine guns? Oh, we do get light machine guns in this game. Oh. That's too bad I don't have them. I am going to swap. I'm going to swap this ring for... Let me see here. Duplicates the less than nice. Actually, I don't even fucking... Dealing melee damage grants 2 stacks of bulwark. I don't even know what bulwark is. You do need another class for heavy weapons. That. Oh. Oh, just to use heavy weapons? I think the medic gets like a light machine gun for free, right? Is that not? I'm assuming that's not considered a heavy weapon. heavy weapon like what, like a rocket launcher? I can make this to make my healing more effective, but it's healing over time. For 30 seconds is a long time, actually. For every 10, I should probably buy better rings. Increases the duration of all status effects applied by the wearer. I'm barely getting set. Nah. Alright, we'll just keep the one we have on. The heavy weapon is a skill. Like an ability? Like you can summon a heavy weapon? Oh. Oh. Alright, we're boxing.
I'm glad that's over.
Button. From the heading class on Nerude. Ah. I've been told of these secret hidden classes, but I haven't been able to stumble across one. When spending 75% or more of current magazine, gain shield for 15%. Wait, okay, now that's pretty cool. Does not stack with itself. Free shield though. Hang on. Free shield. I'll take that. Oh, did I just summon something? And what do we have in here? Push. Good boy. Good doggo. I gotta reload. And there's more pods. Sure. I'll just because I want to see if there's anything in them. Besides enemies. My dog will kill him. Get him. I missed. I missed. There we go. Button? Get in the pod. I don't think I can. I think that's an option. Holy shit, I can! Wait, is this... Was it, what? What the fuck?
Okay, this is it.
Oh shit, alright. Oh, you do the same thing the other guy does. Oh, except you're a fucking zombie. Fuck. Good boy.
All right, let's do this.
Ranged critical chance. Oh, it's +3. Wait, hold on. Let's actually put that on. What the fuck? What kind of key is it? Wait, this is a key? Hang on, should I be looking at this? All right. Well, I've looked at it. It's +1, but sure. I want to find more ways to make the shield bigger. So right now I only get 15%, and that's like really what that effectively does is just like halves like any first hit that I take. At least I feel that's how effective it is. Oh, I'm back here. That was cool. It was like a mini boss. Just like the other guy. Wait, there's something over there. Wait, is this not where it came from? Oh, it's a chest. I completely missed this. Alright, and now I think I'm actually done with this area. Oh no, there's more. Where is that? That's like downstairs and like right down there. By the way, take a look at the new melee mutator you got from the boss. The new melee mutator I got? Transference. Melee hits generate 5% generate 5% of max ammo capacity to the reserves for both firearms. Cooldown for 10 seconds. Oh shit. That's really good. Do I want this? Do I want this? Do I want this now? I like just leveled up my other one. I don't really find myself in this scenario where I use melee when I'm out of both secondary and primary. Oh wait, these fucking doors. This is where I put them. The keys, right? No? The orbs? Do you not take an orb? Would you like an orb, sir? I have to go back and find that other door. Hello there. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Oh fuck. I fucking fuck. Mutator, disengage. Stagger damage. What's the mutator? Is it a melee mutator? Melee strikes increase the damage of the next backdash evade. Backdash evade attack by 4%. Max 5 stacks. Nah. Wait, is there anything weird? Is there anything over here? Nope. Nope. Big fat nope. You wanna get boxed? Purple. Ring of Crisis. Hello? When wearer's health drops below 25%, gain a shield for... Ooh, gain a shield for 25% of max health. This is situational, though. Although it... That is actually very helpful. Oh, come on! Do I want that shield? Actually, is that better than the one I already have? That is a bigger shield. I think I see bigger shield and I think better, but I think in that scenario it might not be.
Bag's full.
Although I guess it's a good panic item, right? It's below 25 health, so like I don't know. I do not know. We are done here. I missed the chest somewhere, but I don't care. Oh. Wait, I almost missed this. Wow. How do I leave? Right. Wait, I never found that other door. Oh, there it is. Literally as I remember. Have an orb. I swear to God, if there's like a boss in here. What are you? Oh shit! Space worker? That's sick. Hold on, I have a trait. Oh, this is light armor. This is super light armor. This is if I want to get the light rolls. What does that look like actually? I just want to see. Fuck that shoes. Dude, I look like a Warframe character. Cool. Very cool, very cool. Fast dodge, no stamina cost penalty. Whoa. Ooh, do I want to run light armor? No stamina cost penalty? Oh, but the damage has got to be fucking ridiculous, man. I'm going from 110 armor to 75. But no stamina cost? Do I want to? Chat, what do you think? I think I'll use it for now. Just for now. If I feel like the damage mitigation from the lost armor is too much, I will swap back. Oh, but I just got that amulet. Wait, this actually frees up my amulet slot. Right? Oh no, because this increases my armor effectiveness by 35%. So technically, I'm not losing as much armor as I would be. Hang on, this could be, but the reduced encumbrance thing would be going to waste. This would mostly be effective for a tank build. I could try running like a something more damaging, or I could run the money one, get more money. Either a damage amulet or a money amulet. That's really where I'm standing. Let's do money for now, because I actually need money. I'll swap off later. I look ridiculous though. Do you remember that, like, you know what? You know what a morph suit is? I look like I'm wearing a morphed suit. Alright, where the fuck am I going now? This was a whole... This was a whole dungeon. I am done with this now. Ow.
All right, let's do this.
Where am I going now? Big Tower, right? I didn't go to Big Tower yet. I said I was gonna go to Tower after Cave. I mean, if there's gonna be a key, right? It's gotta be here. Oh, hi. I'm fighting fucking super battle droids. I'm just waiting for one of them to shoot wrist rockets at me. Then I'm actually gonna be pissed. Let's check out this side. Button. I can't push it. Elevator. We go up. No, you know what this actually looks like? Hang on. Oh, fuck. This looks like, fucking... Hang on. So, like... Yeah, like 3 years ago, Elon Musk like unveiled the Tesla bot, which was like a quote unquote like a robot, and it's this thing. And the robot was just a guy in a fucking morph suit doing dances. And he was like, this is a real robot that I invented. Me, Elon Musk. What the fuck? Look at this. I can't believe it. I'm the Tesla bot. Ionic crystal. Ooh, wait, that's a material. Is that how I get the class?
Okay, this is it.
I don't think I have been over here yet, right? No, all this is new. There's a rock over there. Let's go to the rock. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Sadly, nope. The class is really well hidden on Nerude. Ah. I don't think I'm ever gonna find it then. Okay, let's just do a loop here. See what's above the rock. How many keys have I found? I think I've only got the one, right? Yeah, I only got one. I need one more. I don't know where the last one is though. Yeah, okay, that's for sure nothing here. Let's go this way. What do we have here?
All right, come and get some.
Oh. The fuck is that? Is that Metroid? Is that Mecha Metroid? Ow. Wow, hold on, that actually kind of hurt.
Can't carry anymore.
Oh, I didn't have my shield up. Right, I forgot. I need to like reload before I have my shield up. Shield is only good for mid combat. Ooh, dungeon. Shield's only good for mid combat, I feel. Hi. Oh, you're gross. This go up or down? This goes down. Alright, let's check the bottom full and then we'll go to the dungeon. I like how how are we supposed to find it on our first run? On the second run, it's doable with the class for finishing the end boss. You're telling me, man. I guess they really wanted to keep it a secret. I mean, if it's, is it like at least like super effective against the last boss? Because I guess that would be like some reason to have it. That's a lot of scrap. Oh, and I've got the amulet too. Is that all the scrap? crap. Alright, dungeon we go. Oh, wait. That way. Sit down, yeah. Its trade is nice to have. I just fucking fell. God damn it. Its trade is nice to have, but I don't like the class personally. What does it do? I imagine it's like some kind of technomancer type thing, judging off the aesthetic of the world. Or is it completely unrelated? Let me not fall down this time.
No more room.
No more room. Wait, where is the door? Am I crazy? Oh, ramp. Touch.
I don't like the looks of this place.
Got a lot of creepy crawlies. A whole lot of creepy crawlies. Purple over here. Purple ring! A deep pocket ring. Oh, fuck. Dude came down like the fucking head crab in, Lethal Company. Increases ammo reserve by 25! Wait, that's great. That's like really good. Like really, really good. Shit, do I sacrifice my shield for that? Bonus AR ammo? We're sacrificing defense for a lot of offense. Man, let's fucking try it, man. Where is it? I just lost it. But this one. All right. And did that give me max ammo too? Putting that on? I don't remember being able to carry 200. I can't fucking squish this one. There we go. Oh, you're ugly. Oh my god, that hurts so bad! Come on, come on, come on. Oh, fuck you. Oi! That dude actually almost killed me. You get a turret that just kills stuff, or you pick it up and use the flamethrower slash minigun slash grenade launcher. Oh, wait, that's kind of cool. Get like a deployable heavy weapon. Oh my lord. Oh, fuck you. That hurts so bad. Oh god.
Won't fit.
Alright, yeah, I'm feeling that armor difference. I'm feeling it.
Not enough room.
What the fuck? There's nothing even in this room. E. The fuck is this?
My lucky day.
New relic. Crystal heart. New relic? What do you mean new relic? As in like a new heart? New dragon heart? New dragon heart! On use heals 70 over 0.5. On use regenerates 100% of max health over 10 seconds. Movement speed is reduced by 50, and incoming damage is reduced by 25. Last 10 seconds. Ooh. I don't like that movement speed reduction. But I guess if I have incoming damage reduced, and I have no stamina cost on my dodges. I mean, like, 10 seconds is a long time. So I just try it. Let's just fucking try it. I didn't put my fucking fragments on it. I wish I could sort these. Sure. I don't know, man. I think having it be like a regular Estus flask type thing, type of deal. What the hell's this? Blackout ring. Oh fuck. I feel like I'm gonna regret it, but cool to see that they offer alternatives. Oh, it's this door. I never figured out how to open this. Yeah, of course not. How do I get in here? Actually, I figured Turning the power on would have done the trick, but I guess not. I'm assuming this is a puzzle. I have no idea. I'm leaving. I can live without it. Unless the entrance is over here. No. Wait. Holy shit. I did not mean to press that. It's because the skill is on C, and C is typically fucking crouch. Oh wait, this is not what I came here for. Routing cable. Okay. Shit, should I look out for more piles like that? Good job, thank you. Okay, well, I got a ring. Gained 5% of max health as a shield for 5 seconds. After spending 20 stamina, accumulation resets after 5 seconds of inaction. Max 50 shield. I do like the sound of that 50% shield. Game. Although, granted, this is if I use stamina, and my armor doesn't let me use stamina. Oh man, there's so many different fucking combinations here. I'm gonna have to pass on that. You still use stamina when rolling? Just without the penalty. What? Is the penalty not costing stamina? What do you mean penalty? Let's do Titan's Reach. Yeah, because that's that other crystal I found. The stamina penalty increases the stamina cost of everything. Oh, so it just doesn't cost as much when I'm light rolling. Okay. How long did it say it went away for? Actually, shit, I wouldn't know which one to give up. I think it was this one. No. There's so many fucking rings. And you can only use stamina in combat. Oh, you can only lose stamina in combat. Oh. I wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't be able to hang on to it after, or when I'm not in combat, which is a shame. Gain 5% of max health as a shield. Let's fucking try it. I'm losing my ammo ring though. Actually, let me fucking. Alright, you know what? Increases invulnerability window when invading, and I use this. This is good for just general, but I guess if I have my evasion buffed, then it's fine. I guess I can go without it because I don't want to get rid of this one because this one lets me heal. Oh, when I'm out of combat. I was just looking at it. Ammo. That leads to nowhere. Why does it tell me I can go this way? At least on the map it does. Guess we go back over here then. Back to where the quest marker originally told us to. I mean, at least we did exploration. We've done every fucking done every dungeon I could find. There are 144 rings without DLC. Fuck that, dude. That's too many. I mean, cool that they give us the option, I guess, but oh my god. For my fucking ADHD indecisive ass, I could never. I'd be overloaded with too many options. Right, this is where I got the third key. Why are you telling me to go back? Oh, you're not telling me to run all the way fucking back. I'm not doing that. Alright, let's just let's put the key in the slot. Let's see where that gets us. Yeah, it was not fun getting them at all. I can only imagine. The putrid domain. I know you're telling me to go here, but you're not giving me any fucking any clue as to where. Elevator that went up. Where did this elevator go up to? I already explored that. I'm like pretty sure. Yeah, there was. This is all fog. I feel like there should be something here, right? And the elevator... What was in the elevator again? Fuck. I mean, well, regardless, I still have to look around this area. But it's in Timeless Horizon. Timeless Horizon... Oh, that's just the name of the area. Layer, the world, I guess. If I remember correctly, there is a hidden key in the overworld. Oh yeah, Timeless Horizon is like this area, Titan's Reach is over here, Dark Continent's over here, and there's all this space. It looks like you could go over here. But when I go over there, it's just fog. Right? Is this worth investigating twice? No, but it would tell me. And Seeker's Rest. Seeker's Rest. Is this where I came from? Like the door behind me? I mean, it's gotta be, right? Oh, Seeker Story. Seeker's Story. Seeker's Rest. Alright, well, you know what? Let me still put the key that I have at least where it goes. And then I'll either... I mean, shit, I mean, I guess I'll take another... Guess I'll take another look at the dungeon behind me on that stone, but I don't know. I don't know if that's the answer. I don't think so. I feel like it. Alright, yeah, I just need one more. Worst case scenarios, I end up googling where the last one is. Actually, I might just I might just do it. Alright, let's just do it. What's this place called? Nerude? Oh boy, it's randomized on some areas. Let's see. It's either in the Hatchery, Astropath's Respite, or Spectrum Nexus. I don't have any of those locations. It has to be up north? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Either up north, or fucking, I don't know. Or I don't know. Where is north now? This area over here. There's this big tower. Oh, yeah. Did I not, oh, well. I tried. I can't fucking see. So much goddamn fog. Get boxed, idiot.
Here they come, here they come.
Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. Bang. Can I kick this one? I can kick this one. Dog, help. Yeah, there is stuff over here. There's this whole tower. I missed an entire tower. Ow. Hunter's Focus. What's that? Oh, fuck. Oh. Stop fucking shooting my goddamn dog. Fuck you. Oh my god. No! Right, I forgot this heals differently. I fucking fucked that up. You... Fuck off. Dog, did you kill the big thing? Oh my god, I am so proud of you. Good boy. That's a good doggy. Good puppy. I'm not missing anything else, right? It's just the tower over here? Because it seemed like a large area when I was looking at it on the map. Yeah, I feel like I can go like more over here. I'll hold off on the tower for now. Is there an underground? Nope, that's just a hole. This is just fog. I'm not going anywhere. Alright, it's just the tower. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if I really want this new Dragonheart. Oh fuck. So I'm gonna swap off of it. Oi! Fuck. Oh! Who else wants leave me alone, I'm in my menus. With the randomized nature of Remnant, it's hard to say. By the way, in Ward 13 you can upgrade it so it has more charges. Are you fucking serious? Have I really gone my entire game without fucking knowing that? I feel like I actually, like I'm at least like halfway into Dark Souls and I just figured out I can level up my Estus Flask. Are you serious? I should have fucking known there was a level up thing. I couldn't find it. So many people forget Wallace. Who the fuck is Wallace? The dude that gives you new classes. Are you fucking serious? I thought that that's all he did. Tell me he does Dragonheart stuff too? Oh my god. I don't know, it seemed like every NPC has like their role, right? Wallace, I assumed his role was the class giver, and you're telling me he's the class giver and the flask up leveler? That's crazy. Who the fuck is Wallace? Where's my flashlight on? Nobody mind. Do not fear, the Tesla bot is here.
Traveler.
What can you craft?
I knew you'd say.
I fucking... Oh my god. That's what simulacrums are for? Bro, I've been trying to figure this shit out for years. Not literally years, but like... Orb of Undoing? Consumable? Resets also... Oh. Oh my god. Now I really need money, and I can buy simulacrums too, right? Not only, but yes. What else are simulacrums for? I mean, if they're worth 1,000 scrap, then they've got to be like... Apparently, I already thought they were really rare. Jesus Christ, I have 5 charges on my Dragonheart. Man. You have no idea how long I've been relying on my healing orb, this thing, for sustaining myself in battle. I've been using this way more than I have been using the actual fucking Dragon Hearts. Oh, crap. Max level boss weapons and I think level 10 mutators. Well, that's endgame stuff. That is endgame. That's not just regular endgame, that's like super endgame. That's the second half of Marvel's Avengers Endgame. I see shiny. Oi! If you could stop electrocuting my dog, that'd be great. Some of my Discord dudes only found out after they finished the end boss. I mean, I guess it's very much in the Souls-like fashion to just not tell you anything. Like, they'll tell you some things, but like kind of a lot of stuff you kind of have to either figure out or hear word of mouth. Jesus. Elevator that way. Let's see what's over here. Oh! Give me that motherfucking lifesteal. Nothing. There's nothing there. I like the sound these elevators make. Dr. Billy, thank you so much for the follow. Hang on, let me wave at you. Hello. Welcome to the Boneheads. Enjoy your stay. I'm going to lurk to buy some food, see you around. No problem, friendo. Thank you for the help. Have a great meal. I appreciate it. This fucking bug thing scared the shit out of me. Oh, hi. I'm looting. Nice. Oh, we have a fucking spirit. Ow! Ow, that hurt! I did not mean to do that. Bro, these fast rolls? Insane. I feel so nimble. Just making sure I'm not missing anything. How'd my ass look? This guy's got no ass. He's got a small ass. Doesn't have no ass, but for a man in a latex suit, the ass is disappointing. Oh, this is a fucking boss fight. This is like a boss fight, Okay, for the longest time, I have had a fucking empty thing on my quick slot. I don't know what this does, but we're gonna fucking try it. Also, I need to use my tonics. Fuck it, we should use it now, right? Drink. Only one concoction can be active at a time. No. Can I have this on? I can. Give me that. What else can I have? Oh shit. Oh shit. Hang on. I gotta get ready. Lethragar, hi!
Chicken.
Walmart piss? What does Walmart piss mean? What are you doing at Walmart? Oh, good lord. Thank you so much for the raid, Lethragar. Hi, hello everyone. Hello, hi. Hi, hello. I am Loose Skulldog. I play various different single-player games that I've never played before, and occasionally I'm grinding on some multiplayer games. Right now I'm playing Remnant 2. I really like it. It's a lot like Remnant 1, and I love Remnant 1. Howdy, how goes the Remnant 2? It's going great. It's going great. Hey, let me give you a shout out. How was your stream? I hope your stream went well. There we go. I want to play it, but my PC needs some upgrades. Ah, I understand. Yeah, this is definitely one of them newer graphics kind of games. Because there's some really pretty environments in here. Thanks for the stream and the raid, Leth. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Raiders, hello. uh, I am currently dressed as the. Hang on. So my outfit in game, right? I found this outfit. You know what I look like? Hang on, let me go in the light. You know what I look like? I look like the Tesla bot. The robot that Elon Musk announced was a real robot and then was just a guy in a morph suit dancing. He showed this off at an investor meeting and was like, I invented this real robot. And it is I, the Tesla bot. And I'm accompanied by the greatest dog in the multiverse. This dog is so fucking tanky and it does so much damage. It's a good boy. He's a very good dog. But yeah. You actually just caught me. I'm like literally about to do a boss fight. Yeah, hello again to everyone who came in. Let's see here. Volk Wolf, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on into the Boneheads. Karma Pup, thank you so much. And Soulless Cosplays, I really appreciate it. Aw, thank you. This game is so good. Dog class bet. Soda. Dog class best class. I completely agree. Dog class is the best class. And you can pet it. Oh yeah, that's honestly the greatest feature. The fact that I can just pet it whenever I want, and it knows sit. It just sits, ready for pets always. It is the best dog. Highly in favor of the dog. Yeah, and let's see. In one petting gives puppy an attack boost. You know, it really should. We really should get buffs for the pets. The dog should get a damage buff, and I should get a courage buff. But yeah. Also, to those who are interested, if anyone can type in !Discord, I have a Discord server now. All are welcome. And yeah, I do gotta settle in for bed though. I'll be looking. Have a good one, everyone. Have a great one, Leth. Get some of that post-stream care. And yeah, thank you so much for the raid again. I really appreciate it. Good night. Have a good night. In the meantime, it's motherfucking boss fight time. We're fighting Tron.
Wonder what that is.
I'm assuming this is the boss, right? This looks like the bad guy from the Tron world in Kingdom Hearts. This door is straight up locked. Elevator? Elevator. Elevator.
Shit.
I really thought this was gonna be a boss area. Oh, no, we just got more ads. More ads. Oh! Good dog. Good dog. Is that a ring? Is that a ring? Is that a ring? Is that a ring? Oh, what?
The custodian
Ambulance.
has sealed our doom. Its ineffable calculus has concluded Nerud
Okay, 20
will be
health,
of
27,
purpose
and minus 15
to
armor.
whatever powers Alepsis Torah might bring to bear. Those who wish to see their creator face to metaphysical face have taken
This is really
this
good,
as a
actually.
blessing and acted accordingly. Nerud's course has been set. Our doom is now inevitable.
Oh, I didn't think I was gonna get in this. I didn't get to hear the whole voicemail. Alright, let's fucking go. What the fuck? What the fuck? What is that? Oh! Come on, come on, come on. Why is the ball exploding? There we go. Don't fucking touch me. I don't know what that is. Oh! What am I looking at? Actually, what am I looking at? Come on. That is not what I wanted to do. Do not. Ow. You're annoying. Need bullets. I fucking love this boss fight. What the fuck? You're so lucky I have to reload. You're so annoying. What? I was like half health at least. And isn't my dog supposed to be able to res me? Okay. Fuck. Oh my god. Damn, that move came out fast too. Oh, we go again. Snap fucking move. Those like a key blast at me. That's alright, it's an intel run. This is the run. Stop hurting my fucking dog. Ah! Shit. I have to reload everything. Oh, fuck you! Yes!
How's that? Huh? You ain't so tough. Oh. Yeah, you ain't so bad.
I fucking love that boss fight. That was great. That was so fun. Hell yeah. GG, thank you. Thank you. I gotta admit, I was locked in for that one. I had to lock in for that one. Oh boy. Oh, that was so fun. I love the boss fights in this game. The boss fights in this game are so creative. They're so fun, man. I got my ass kicked by giant cubes last time I played. What other game can you say that? Give me the ball.
Oh, this looks important.
All right, and just like that, we're about to finish this planet. Move on to the next planet. I don't know what's behind the door though. So we've been tasked to collect keys. And I just got the last one out of 4. And for each one, I had to go through various either dungeons or boss fights. All because some giant eyeball, a giant robotic eyeball wants to talk to me inside this giant tower. This fucking Eye of Sauron looking tower. And now we're gonna see what's he has to say, because I've pretty much explored everywhere else on the planet. This place is done, so I might move on to the next one, I imagine. Because that's the thing with this game, we move around to different universes, like different worlds. Oh yeah, there's a whole new section. I'm assuming last section. Last section, which means the last boss, is probably up ahead. Oh, I still feel so fucking good after that last fight.
Good, you have arrived. Proceed to the elevator. Once you shut down the core, I will gain access and save Nerud.
Oh right, this alien-looking guy said he needs to save the world with his technology, but he can only do it if I help him turn off this thing called the core, which is inside the tower. At max health, you gain 25% chance to not use a relic charge. Oh. A relic charge? Nah. I kind of like the rings I already have. I got a thing. Yeah, what is this? Wait. I don't remember switching to support dog. I thought I had guard dog on. Wait, what does this do? Hal grants 2% of max health per second. Right, healing and movement speed. Right. And this one gives me wall hacks and increased damage. And high and crit chance. What does this do? Oh, this is a lot of text. Okay. Continuously aim down sights uninterrupted and without shooting for 0.5 seconds causes the hunter to enter focus state. Focus reduces weapon spread, recoil, and sway by 50%. Grants 25% max range weak spot damage, 10% range crit chance, while focus aiming at enemies will automatically apply mark. It lasts lasts 20 seconds. Oh, also, someone redeemed Hydrate earlier. I never did that. Hang on. And a stretch and a posture check. Oh shit, that was like before the boss fight. Alright, I got you. Oh, my spine! Ah! Okay. Focused. Focus state can last up to 10 seconds after the skill duration expires. Cooldown 47 seconds. Focus state can last up to 10 seconds after the duration. Mark. Crit chance increase. Okay. This is just better weapon handling, essentially. Better weapon handling, but I apply the mark on people I shoot as opposed to them all automatically having it. I don't really like this because I'm too mobile, I guess, and I don't know, a little too situational. Is it? Oh wait, but they're 25% weak spot damage? That's kind of, wait, this is kind of huge actually. This is great for boss killers. This is a boss killer item. Hang on. Alright, we're doing that. Do I want to keep the healing and movement speed? I probably should, right? Honestly, I think I'm fine on healing. I'm gonna go back to guard dog because I swapped out my medium armor for light armor and I am now taking way more damage. It is so noticeable. Elevator. Slow elevator.
For millennia, the Druzir sought answers to a simple question. Are we alone? Nerud was built to answer this question. I was built to
praise the gun.
Talratha led Nerud through the currents of space and time to the origin of energy in all its forms, to Alepsis Torah. The anomaly was unlike any on record. Massive in scope, purposeful in its composition. It appeared chaotic, but also intelligent in its design. Talratha warned the Seekers. He guided Nerud to the gates of heaven, yet refused to step within. But Talratha was overruled. The Seekers saw in Alepsis Torah an end to their quest, an answer to all their questions. And now, only I remain. The fate of Nerud, of all Druzir, rests in me.
This place is beautiful. Who needs a spine? That's just noodle? I agree. Actually, wait, we need our spines. I believe that is where our central nervous system is connected to. But you look like the Tesla bot, so worth. This is true, I am the Tesla bot. Slowest elevator in the game. Oh yeah. We needed to make time for his speech. And we need to pet the dog for good luck. You wanted to change the mod to the boar mod, and yes, I'm back in time for the boss. Alright! The boar mod! Yeah, because I'm not going to be using the electric bolt. Yeah, this gives me even more weak spot damage. I'm about to do insane amounts of weak spot damage. Granted, I fucking land the shot.
You have arrived in the core. Use the console there to shut it down. Once complete, I can gain access and save Nerud.
Oh. Am I supposed to do something with that key slot? Ew. Hello, it is me, Discount Warframe. Holy shit! Oh, that's your weak spot. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Show me the damn orb. Oh, what the fuck? I don't know if I landed the boar. I'm gonna be honest, I think I missed. Oh, what the fuck? Of course they shoot lasers. Oh, this hurts! No! Dog, help! Best dog in the world, best dog in the world. Don't fuck dare shoot lasers at me, you son of a bitch. Why are you so tanky? Oh, this hurts. Oh, that really hurts. Oh my god, oh my god! Ah! No! My dog! We saved the dog. I missed the boar. I can't, I need to not focus on the hands. I just need to live with the fact that they're fucking annoying. I need to do damage. I fucking hate this part. I killed my fucking dog again. Throw the bomb! No! I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. I was trying to get the heal bomb down. All right, I have 2 charges on the board. I actually did not know that. The key gives you an alternate boss fight. Ah, I figured. Be some secret shit. This is a fucking amazing boss fight. I don't know what I'm signaling. Landed. Oh, that hurts. I need to not fall off the edge. Oh, he's fucking shooting lasers at me now. I'm out of stamina. I didn't mean to throw that. Oh, this is so bad. I don't know if I'm gonna get this off in time. I got it off in time. Where's the ball? Where's the ball? I know it's coming. Oh my god! Show me the fucking orb. I fucking missed. Damn, that hurt. Great. Oh, wow. Oh, I see, I see. I didn't know the pattern, I know it now. I fucking hate that laser so much. It blinks 3 times and then it shoots. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. I landed the boar. Ah, fuck, fuck, fuck. I fucking hate that move. That move actually hurts. That sucks. I need ammo. Fuck. Fuck. Shit, shit. No! Oh, fuck! Doggo, please! Before you die! No! Why is the heal bomb not exploding? Fuck. What happened to my heal bomb? Get up. They're blinking more now. They're blinking 5 times before they shoot. I need to move. That move sucks. You know what I need to do is I need to shoot the boar first before I get that that happens. Wait, got it. Fuck off. Move your goddamn hand. Excuse me? Oh no! No! The fucking fist! The Bayonetta fist! We were so close! You do a good job. You do a good job. You're doing great. You're doing great. Alright. If there's one thing I believe in, it's third time's the charm. I still have my other concoction active. I don't really have anything else I can really... Alright. Eat boar! Wait, I need to fucking do the... Did my thing not go off? Fuck. Ow. Move, 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 move! I'm gonna be honest, I'm not really noticing a weak spot damage bonus. I fucking missed. Ow. Ow. I need to fucking heal. That is not what I wanted to do. Oh boy. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, I don't like that. Oi! What the fucking Bayonetta? Come on, come on. Oh fuck, that hurts. Five. Come on, give me the ball. There it is. E4. Come on! Where's my dog? Oh, get up. Come on. We got ass kicking to do. Oh, that hurts. Oh, that hurts. Oh, that hurts. Oh, that hurts. I hate that these don't explode sometimes. Oi. Fucking. The ball! Fuck you!
Storm were felt in all corners of the ship. Nonetheless, you were successful, and I now have access to the core.
Sit. Good boy.
I and all the Drasier are in your debt.
Good boy. Thank you. Thank you. That was fucking great. I love that. Oh my god. Great boss fight after great boss fight. Oh, Jesus. That one really had me. That one really had me. That was so fun. All right, now we get to turn in. That was great. Yeah. Okay. So the reason we're going around planets is because there's this thing called, I think it's called like the root that like goes around different dimensions and like destroys it. And oh boy, there's a lot to explain. Okay, so the root destroys worlds, but we found a way in the first game to kick it off planet Earth, and now we have this giant eyeball friend who says that maybe with more of these things that we collect from killing strong enemies from across different worlds, and we take their that thing, so that thing we get from strong enemies across different worlds. That's why we gotta go around, kill everyone, kill a bunch of people, because apparently those things can help save the universe.
Clementine's trust is well founded.
Also, he has our friend
Twice
Clementine.
the corruption infected the system. Containment was the most efficient response. Preserve the irregularity for later inquiry. But it festered, grew beyond my sight, and corrupted the core. Even so, it might yet have been contained. Had the destroyer not eliminated this realm's guardian, the labyrinth became unprotected, and my resources stretched thin. With the destroyer as conduit, the corruption spread unchecked from the core to countless realms. I purged the labyrinth. I expunged realm after realm, seeking to restrain the rot. All efforts failed. The system was beyond repair. I was too late. Now, a solution has been revealed. Not to me, to an anomaly. Perhaps that was the intended design. A fail-safe in case of my own corruption. The index.
And how does this help us, exactly?
With the index, 2 new probabilities emerge.
Oh, that's good, right?
Well, the first probability is that the root wins, so yeah.
The corruption is everywhere, but it originates from a single source, a single realm. The labyrinth holds all doors and infinite possibilities. When the corruption spread, the door to their realm was closed, even to me. But within, I can subvert their defenses. From here, it is possible to purge the corruption.
And that means we kill them, right? The root?
All of them this time. For good.
Ooh, the source world. What do you have to say?
Long journey, eh? But we're almost done now. Once you take out whatever's on the other side of that, The ward will be safe. Everyone will. Everywhere. For good.
The Keeper seems different than before. Yeah, he looks like a human now. He used to be a giant flying eyeball.
You noticed, huh? I wasn't sure myself, but the fact that you're asking confirms it. I'm not sure, but I think it has something to do with me. That's crazy, though. Nothing I did ever changed the Guardian on Rhysum. If anything, the power they gave me made them weaker. But I don't know what else it could be.
Have you seen Founder Ford since you left? Oh, yeah! The leader of our camp, Ford, he went missing somewhere in the multiverse.
No. Not that I've bothered to look. That old man's got his own journey. Same as me.
And he was from the first game, I think. Is this over? You go back to the ward then?
I don't think so, Traveler. I mean, when the Keeper first pulled me here, I stayed because I saw the need, you know? I had to save the world. All the worlds. But it's more than that now. Everywhere I've ever been, the ward, the Dreamer Project, I felt lost, out of control. Only Rhysum ever felt like home. That didn't last. But here, I'm finally calm. I'm finally myself.
I'm happy for you.
Thanks. I needed to hear that. But hey, we're not done here yet. There's still one thing to do. Kind of a big one.
Alright. I'm good with the rest of these.
And hey, if you see the ward again, tell Bo... Tell everyone that I'm okay. They don't need to worry about me. We're with you, Traveler. All the way.
Alright, let's do it. Also, I already told everyone you're okay, so it's fine. The sugar boy. Good dog. Touch. Bark. Wait, what does that say? The root earth. Ooh. It's a shame this is the last planet, though. Oh my god.
Oh, this isn't looking good.
Oh, I get it. I'm in hell. This is hell.
This looks like Earth. Somehow worse.
Yep, most definitely hell. Evil monkeys! That's just a mess. Are they even evil? Oh, that was evil. Oh, you're evil. Oh, what is that? That fucking hurt. Leave my dog alone. I guess you could say you're at the root of all evil. Oh my god. Shut up. Nah, that's a good one. I'm not gonna lie. god, you know what? I bet that's what the developers were intending to. They were cooking in the they thought they were cooking in the writers' room. They're like, oh, we're gonna make the last world a giant tree because it's like the root of all evil. And then everyone at the writers' room applauded. Oh shit. Ow, okay, I knew you were gonna do that, and I just didn't react. I love not reacting to telegraphed attacks. It's my favorite thing in the world. Made you laugh. True. True, you did get me there. Also, I forgot to mention, I have claws. I have these big bappers. I go bap. I hit him with the 1-2. And if I do it while running, I do a haymaker. And these are my favorite melee weapons in the game. I do not need any other melee weapon except for my big bappers. My big sharp bappers. I gotta hit someone with that bap! 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 Bap!
Not bad.
Resonating heart. Oh, wait a minute. That's a new dragon heart. On use regenerates 50% of max health over 5 seconds. When the heal ends, any overhealed health is doubled and awarded over the next 20 seconds. I'm really not a fan of these healing over time ones. I do kind of wish they would give me an alternative to the instant heal type thing. Why did I go in the circle? Do you know what they say about big bappers? What did they say about big bappers? I'm curious. Is there something you'd like to tell the rest of the class? Box. I should probably upgrade, actually, next time I get the chance. I need to go back and put those numbers up. Make a number go up. Big head pats. You've got a point. This makes math. Oh, for fuck's sake. I guess that's why the... Damn, and that was a regular checkpoint back there too. I would have preferred to level up before, but I see monkeys over there. It better not be a monkey fight. They are monkeys, right? They look like monkeys, like lemurs. They blend in with the floor. I think it's just a monkey fight. I also never unequip the boar. They're actually... Stop! Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm hurting. I'm hurting bad. I'm hurting bad. Thank you for making me have to use both. What are you? Oh god. Pupper! Oh, he's low. Oh god, that hurts. No! I tried to get the heal off, I didn't think he'd swing a third time. Fuck. Alright, well. Run it back. I only found out like a week ago that lemurs are actually primates. Really? I feel like I only know that because of Penguins of Madagascar. I feel like King Julian says something about that at some point. The most I know about lemurs is from Madagascar. I always thought they were like muselids or something. What a good pupper though. Oh yeah, this is the greatest fucking dog in the world. Do you mind hints for mechanics you may have missed? No. Let me run it. Let me run it again. I do not like you. I never unequipped the boar. Fuck. Here he goes doing his fucking... I'm dying. Yep. I didn't think I'd have time, but that was a risky move anyway. Why did I shoot that? At him! Oh, that hurts. He's gonna throw some shit? You gonna throw some shit? Yeah, he throws some shit. I need to reload, fuck you. This behind me, isn't it? I need to fucking heal is what I need to fucking do. There's one that like shoots shit. And then all the other tiny ones just fucking lunge at you. You, I do not like you. This red glowing motherfucker. You're the real asshole here. And you're just a fucking bonus asshole. Yeah, sit down. Let me guess, giant monkey. I'm waiting for it. Oh, bird! Wizard bird. He has a staff. And a giant glowing weak spot. You know what that means? What are you? Don't touch me, bro. You have a shield now? Oh, that hurts! Please, for the love of God, heal me. Why did I shoot that? I just healed my dog. It's okay. Ah. Also, I never fucking... Like, hello? Yeah, you're fucking dead, buddy.
Looks like I'm full up.
Alright. Oh, this is not the exit. I told you I would figure it out. Never doubt me. Can I shoot this? No. I feel like it looks like it would like ooze goo when I shoot it. That's a big tree. This is, you know what this is giving me? This is giving me Devil May Cry 5 vibes. The giant tree from Devil May Cry 5? Anyone? Thank you, thank you. In the patch notes, they call the dog very good boy. Good. This is correct. This is a good boy. Do you mind hints for the... Oh, the hit was unrelated to the boss fight? Sure, what was it? Damn, there's still like a whole bunch more. They're not giving me any big red crystals. They should. I sure hope I didn't go through like a point of no return kind of thing. That is a holy symbol. Because I think I'm sitting on a lot of crafting materials and money. Now that I look at it. As a matter of fact, we're gonna swap off the money amulet. What does this even do? Grants 50% increase to all damage. Consuming a relic doubles the bonus for 15 seconds. Consuming a relic? That's just a flat 15% damage increase. I will admit I do kind of like that a lot. Then again, there's also this one, which gives me a 30% damage bonus every 5 seconds. But the bonus switches between physical and elemental. There's multi-classing. Oh yeah. I've got 2 right now. I've got the dog class and the hunter class right now. You know what's funny is I don't blame you for telling me that, because I actually did not know that until I was at least like a whole world in. Like I was at least a couple hours in before I figured that out myself. As a matter of fact, I had to be told that. Someone had to tell me that. I didn't know that I could have 2 classes on at the same time. But now I know. Consuming a relic doubles the bonus for 15 seconds. What do you mean doubles the bonus? Like doubles the health? Shit, I sure hope that that's the case. Alright, we're gonna try this amulet on. I missed the chest up there. I don't think I can go back, right? Oh, fuck. Oh, actually, I just reminded myself. I'm taking the boar off. Electro ball. I like the electric ball. I think I'm feeling that damage bonus, because with that amulet stacked with this ring, I have just free 30% damage bonus. 30%. I love how the mods change the look of the weapons. Yo, same. The mods look so good. I'm still... I'm still scared that they're throwing just a lot of monkeys at me, but I'm calling it. We're gonna get a big monkey. And he's gonna absolutely fucking destroy me. Good boy. This is really Devil May Cry 5. We're about to go fight fucking... We're about to go meet up with V and Dante. Get our asses kicked by fuck, what was that guy's name? Urizen. I think I did hit.
Ooh, that's ominous.
Oh yeah. I think going into this planet might have been a mistake. I think this is a point of no return. I mean, fuck it. I guess we've all. Am I about to beat the game today? Tree gorilla? You can still port back. Would that not reset my progress? Because these are the small checkpoints, not the big ones. I wouldn't be able to teleport back. I unequipped the boar when I didn't wait. It would have been help. Eat that. What the hell is that? Damn, my dog's going in. Ow. Ow. Telegraph attacks. Let me just go ahead and... I did not mean to do that. Oh well, I healed the dog. That's a... Okay. Come on. That's a good boy. Alright, we're kicking your ass. Yeah, I figured you'd summon thorns. What in the fuck? What in the fuck? That's phase 2! You can port back from Ward 13. Oh, wait, I can? To here? Oh. I'm gonna take your word on that. We consume the hero return the last checkpoint. Because I figured, because these are the small ones, these wouldn't let me. Oh, but I guess it's because it's considered my checkpoint. Because I can teleport to checkpoints, right? Yeah, it's just take the middle option. Yeah, right. True. Okay. Alright, AR. I think we have to upgrade the pistol. Jesus, that's a lot of upgrades. 11, 12. This is 10. Okay, alright.
You know where to find me.
What do you have?
You're back. What you got?
Helix. Shoots a helix of missiles. Did I fucking get magic missile? 100% damage and it divides into six. It divides into 6 smaller rockets. Wait, that's not magic missile. What spell is that? That's Is that magic missile? No, there's a spell that literally does that in D&D. I forgot what it's called. And it seeks the digital targets, dealing 30 damage on contact. Sick. Energy wall deploys an energy barrier on impact with the ground. Allies can shoot through energy wall, but enemy projectiles are absorbed. That's crazy. I really just got a whole wall. Ooh, cool sword. Superheated laser sword. Damn. Shame I'm sticking with the bappers. The wall is not super helpful. I do like the idea of the missiles though. See, the thing with the electric ball though is that it applies a status effect. Yeah, it applies overloaded on top of like shocking the shit out of them. And it's AoE. Like, I don't know. I think I'm gonna keep what I have. I need what crafting material do I need?
What can I?
Galvanized iron.
You know where to find me.
I should be able to buy that.
Well, hey.
Forged iron abrasive. No, I don't have it. I do sell new stuff though. Not that I can even afford it. I spent all my scrap on the upgrades. I mean, worth it, I guess. Yeah, alright. There's nothing else here I really want. We're done here. I have come what I have done what I came here to do. I thought you could upgrade armor. I don't know why I think that that's a mechanic in the game. I might be mistaking it for a different game. I didn't equip the boar. Oh, that hurts. What does that go around? Yeah. Reload. Fucking shockwave. What is happening here? I got bappers too, bitch! Eat this. Oh, that's big AoE. That's such a cool effect. I'm out of ammo. Oh. Pupper, fuck him up. Oh yeah! Motherfucker. Fucking reload. Jesus. I got bappers too. Think you're dealing one with claws? Oh wait, that's AoE. Come on. Yeah, fuck you.
Oh. That's it?
I killed a man with these hands. These claws. These are the claws that kill. I think you could upgrade armor in Remnant 1. Ooh. Yeah, that sounds about right. GG, thank you. Was that first try? No, that was second try. Are you evil? I don't think that's evil. Cammy Fox, hi. Hello, I see you. What are you doing? What are you? Good lord. Put him up. Also, Volkwolf, hi. Hang on, let me wave at you. Hello. The War of the Worlds looking guy over here. Two of them. Alright, well, time to die. Oh, you summon monkeys. And you're dead! They're too low to the ground. My jabs don't get them. There was a second one, right? Yeah. Guys, can you guess what the weak spot is? Sorry, that's too sarcastic. I do really like the designs of these enemies, though. I will say. This whole area, this fucking great, this whole game has fantastic art direction. The first one did too. Get out of the ground. Ow! I did that to myself. Big monkey! Oh! I just fought one of you. I literally just fought you. I'm out of ammo. Oh! It's got fucking ads now. You get out of the damn floor. Good boy. Come on. I hate how unreliable that is sometimes. What is that? Oh, limited crystal. I swear it used to not be so reliable. Like early game, like yesterday, I felt like I was not having that issue. Now all of us, oh great! Now all of a sudden, my healing balls don't want to explode. Ayo. Hello? There we go. Oh, that hurts. Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing to me? Oh, damn. Oh, what is this room? It's death. I'm in hell. Oh, I'm actually in hell. Oh, you wizard son of a bitch. Oh. Yeah. Good pupper. Oh, you're so low on health. Oh, this is a rough one. Come on, no, that's not what I want. No, fuck! I was trying to get the electric ball out. Oh my god. That's it's a boss gauntlet! Wait, hold on, I love this! Oh man, they brought me back really far. Oh, for fuck's sake. Get out of the damn floor. What the fuck? Oh, does that mean I have to fight the big one that's like right here again? And the two big ones. Are you hostile? Like, for sure. If I get close to you. Hey, they're friendly. I kinda had a feeling. Earth is definitely rough on the first playthrough. I believe. This is a hell of a gauntlet. This is a hell of a... I feel like this is the last... This feels like last level. This definitely feels like last level. Alright, come here. Oh! You know what else is really helping? This fucking extra ammo. Hang on, let me run around for a little moment so I can heal. Alright. What's the play here? What's the play? Shit. Dude, I don't fucking know. Just the play is pray. Cross your fingers. Actually, oh, you get alerted. Yeah, you get alerted. You're hostile. It helps that I'm not in the range for the scream now. Oh! He's gonna shoot shit. Oh no. I was in a bad spot. I was in a hell of a... Oh. Please. Everything here is so tanky. Oh. No, it's AoE. Oh, fuck. Oh, reload, reload, reload. Do your bullshit. No! I thought the pillow would protect me. Fuck. Doable. Very doable. We have to kite. We have to kite in a very specific way. In a way that we don't get caught in the howl of the tall ones. And in a way where we can deal with a wizard. Because the wizard's the biggest problem. Wizard's an absolute pain. Because my dog was actually, honestly, my dog's actually really good at like keeping aggro off of me. I feel like it was really helping with the shooty boys. All that on top of having to deal with the fucking regular monkeys that come in. Oh, right. Monkey? What? Big monk. I'm gonna save my electric ball for you for the room. Oh boy. That's alright, it's just one. Yeah, I can kill you reliably in 2 magazines. Without having to use any other resource. So that's how we're gonna hold on to our stuff. Because I need my ball. Ow! Of electricity. Hang on, I need to run around for heals. Run around in a circle for heals. Alright, we're max.
Here they come.
I'm gonna be honest, actually, hang on, let's actually swap a ring. The shield gain 5. Wait, is it this one? Actually, hold on, wait. Maybe the shields aren't actually so bad. Right? Is this the one I was looking at? Oh, yeah. This. Never mind. I thought I still had the 15% shield one. I have the 50% one on. Okay. No, I got caught in it. Yes! There's so much happening on the screen. No! Hopper! Oh my god, get off of my fucking dog. Oh god. Wizard down! Go to hell! This is the best dog in the fucking world. Where's your good boy? Where's your good boy? Nice. That actually went really well. My dog took so much aggro. Whew. Woo. I actually really kind of trivialized the fight. Having an entire,
Let's do this.
an entire thing that takes aggro off of you. Huge game changer. I'm gonna rest for bullets. 200. Did that give me mana too? Oh wait, how do I get there? Can I climb this? No, I can't climb this. How do I get over there? I will come back for you. If I can. That's so weird. I don't know how to get up there.
What was that?
Oh boy. Are we good? Should I equip the boar? I don't know. The electric ball kind of came in clutch in the last one. Although, granted, that was more of like a group battle. But if this is a 1v1, then I might need the boar. And I'm gonna take my chances. this looks like group battle, actually. Or is it? Am I crazy? What am I fighting? Who is my opponent? Show yourself. Oh, I think it's just a monkey standoff. Monkey survival. My dog's got this. I actually hang on. Oh, it's you again. Ow. Hi. Oi. Ow. I'm back in the corner. I need to leave. Haha. Ow. Let me just go ahead. Actually, I don't really need the board for you. I might just fucking kill you. Oh, I'll use it for you, though. Oh! Wait, I have the ball on. Never mind. Actually, it's still useful. Oh, it's on cooldown. Ow. I was about to say, just the fact that they can't throw shit at me makes this so much easier, but he then proceeded to throw shit at me. Stop! Spawning monkeys. New trait, Wayfarer. There's a chest over here. Alright. Wait, this is where I came from. Whew. I'm ready, bro. I think we're about to beat it. I think we're about to beat this game tonight. Let's fucking go. Put this game under wraps. Make it make this one on the for this. It'll be one for the record books. Add it to the archive.
No, great. Not bad.
Hi. Ooh. Kinetic Cycle Stone. Kinetic Cycle Stone increases mod and cast speed and skill cast speed by 20%. No thanks. Another boss. Make sure you play it through it again, even if it's off stream. Some of the planets are randomized, so you can't get all encounters in one playthrough. Yeah, I was planning on doing a second playthrough, and eventually, I do plan on coming back to this with the DLC. I might do the second playthrough off stream. And then do the DLC on stream. I think that's how I'm gonna do it.
Here we go.
You look so cool. Ow! Don't do it, though. Oh, you're like a super wizard. Okay. Oh. I'm just gonna go ahead and... Yeah. 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 Do it, do it, do it. I missed time. Oh, wait, I'm still good. What are you doing? What are you doing? Wait, is that fucking AoE? Oh god, that's a big AoE. I never did this. Oh, no! Oh god. Oh god. Oh god, my face, I can't fucking see. What is next to me throwing shit? Hello? Oh my god, that's awesome. Fucking... I need bullets. I need more bullets. Ah! Please, Pepper. This dog is so goated. Ow. Not unless I fucking die first. Oh, it's gonna kill me. Oh, that's gonna kill me. Oh, no! Damn. Didn't give me a chance to heal. Also, I have trait points. Hang on, wait a minute. Am I about to max out? Yeah, we just maxed out lifesteal. What is Wayfarer? I actually never know. Traversal movement speed. Ooh. Reduces weapon spread and recoil. Wait, what? Oh shit, I think this one actually might be next. I mean, not that it fucking matters. I need the boar. Boar. Oh, it's on fucking cooldown now. Right when I fucking need it. Ow. That first hit is quite fast. Right, okay. I can literally reload in the time that he does those two swings. Ow! Ow! Oh, bam, that hurts. Right, the big one. You missed. Ow, right. Okay. Oh yeah, you motherfucker, son of a bitch. Get bored. Ow. Those explode over. Okay, I see how those work. I did not mean to shoot that. I think I just healed my dog. Ah, that's fucking so not helpful though. I'm losing all my health over here. Unless my dog is kicking his ass. Yeah. Wait a minute, I never did the thing. What good's the fucking boar if I'm not stacking the bonuses on top of it, right? That dog is so tanky, look at him go. That's my son right there. Damn. I'm out of ammo. This move is so sick! Oh fuck, I rolled into another. Oh fuck. Get bored, idiot. I'm out of ammo. No. Wait, I saw that fucking headshot damage. Hang on, that shit was kind of goated. I got hit by that. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, big damage, big damage. Oh. Oh, I hate this move. I need ammo. I'm just gonna fucking kill you. Oh, fuck you. Oof. Woo! Wait, what was that? An amulet? Dreadcore? Thank you! Thank you! I appreciate it. What did I just get? It's called a Dreadcore. Dreadcore. Oh, it's a crafting material. This looks cool. GG, thank you, thank you. Hanoi. Is that the Noi I spot? Hello, Noi. Hang on, let me wave at you. Hello. Hi. Oh wait, I have a trait. Handling. You know, I really thought my low armor was gonna be a problem, but it's kind of fine. It's kind of great actually. I like those fast rolls. Jesus, really fucking changes the game. It's a good doggy. What's a good puppy? What's a good puppy? What's a good little doggy? You're so fucking goated. You take so you have an extraordinarily large amount of health for such an adorable little four-legged creature. Dude really went toe-to-toe with the boss for a minute. That's a cool ass wall. Is this the final boss? Question mark. Let's do some upgrades. Actually, do I even fucking have crafting materials for upgrades? I have galvanized iron. Yep. Oh, and it's a big crystal too. Oh yeah, this is. I think I'm about to beat the fucking game. Wait, how long have I been live for? Oh man, wow, this is fast. I did not think I was gonna beat the whole thing today.
How goes it, friend?
Granted, I guess I made a lot of progress on the last run. Oh shit. Sure, why not?
You know where to find me.
Or yeah, I made a lot of progress in yesterday's stream.
Yay, here. What did you bring me?
Pretty much beating this game in 2 sittings. Skewer 2.0 fires a wretched spear which embeds itself on contact. Spear deals 125 damage on hit, rapidly dividing it inside the target until bursting, dealing 140 damage to all targets within 3 meters. Spears embedded in the environment remain in place for 10 seconds. Okay. What is this? Defrag. Weapon mod. Infects weapon with malware for 30 seconds, causing shots to apply fragmented for 5 seconds. When a fragmented enemy dies, they create a glitch that lasts 15 seconds. Picking up a glitch increases all damage by 20% for 15 seconds. Holy shit! Destroying a glitch causes it to destabilize, creating a 5-meter virus pool which deals 25 damage per second and applies fragmented debuff to enemies. This is so... I feel like I'm reading a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Hang on, this is kind of goated. This is actually great for bosses that spawn ads. Although I don't think I'm going to be able to use this. I mean, I'll have it just so I can... I'll get it just so I can have it, but I don't think I'm going to really use it.
Okay.
What else do I have? a... I do not. Actually, I can sell something to make another... Or to buy another...
Well, hey, stranger.
But fuck it... Yeah, I need a simulacrum. Wait, you just got new stuff. Oh, you sell galvanized iron now! And luminate crystals. Shit, do I blow all my money on this, or do I get a 6th Dragonheart charge?
I'll be here when you get back.
What's this? This is 13. This is 11. 11. I can max out my AR likely. How many more galvanized iron do I need? Do I even still need galvanized iron?
Anything you need?
I need 10. 10 galvanized iron for 14, and then probably however many more for 15. Oh yeah, let's just max out the AR, I think.
Well, hey.
400, that's nothing. Noise squared! Gave out a community sub. Shout outs to Huey the Bull. Congrats on your sub. Thank you so much for gifting a sub. I really appreciate it. Yo, we are about to beat the community goal for subs.
You know where to find me.
And you were all here to witness it live. Here on here on the twitch.tv/BlueSkulldog channel. Come on.
Good.
Okay, next upgrade is 12 galvanized iron. I'm actually going to not have enough money for this. Shit. Wait, we can sell shit. Hang on. Oh, there.
Hey,
Oh, shit. Sub goal bet. No way. Yo, I actually yo. Thank you. Hold on. Where's my... Thank you. I really appreciate it. And to Huey the Bull and Liz. Yo, Liz got a sub. Friend of the channel, Liz. Shout outs. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and the singular emote that we have. It's a goodie. But yeah, thank you. We met the goal! Yay! What was I looking for? Oh yeah. Wait, why do you not sell... Did I buy all your galvanized iron? Oh no, this might have been a mistake. Damn, you only sold 10? Jesus, lady. Well, I dug myself in this hole. I have to sit in it.
stranger, okay?
Anything else I really need? No, I'm kind of good. Alright, let's fucking beat the game. Wait! Actually, there is more upgrades I can do. I didn't realize we were so close before. Oh yeah, and now we can make a new goal. Set up the next goal for the channel. Transpose 2. Let's do to 3. Oh yeah, that's right.
Be safe on its journey, Paxeltech.
The shop refreshes every 30 minutes, I believe. I'm not gonna sit here and wait 30 minutes. Fuck that. That thing, that thing, that thing. Okay, yeah, I think I'm actually good now. Blackened Citadel. That's a badass name. The root. Good luck. We're all counting on you. Thank you.
Guess we're doing this the hard way.
Wait! It won't work!
Anomaly. Step aside.
You did it. We're here. This is our one chance. If we stop the root here, it's done. For good.
Corruption eradicated.
I can break the shield, but it'll take everything I've got. I'll be powerless. All right. Once we do this, there's no turning back. Either you win, or
Say it.
it's the end of everything.
Anomaly. Your chance of success is greater than 0. I was attempting to reassure you.
Yeah. Thanks. Very comforting.
I love him.
Come on, let's do this. You ready?
I had some questions actually.
Sure. What's on your mind?
Do I have questions? Hang on. Do I? Do you even? The keeper seems different. I already asked all these before. I'm ready.
Okay, but there's no turning back.
I'm sure. I'm sure. Let's do it.
I got this.
You must hurry.
Hey! Traveler! Kick some ass for me.
Yeah. Bye bye. Wait, can I talk to the big guy? Oh, sorry, I was working. Thanks a lot, Noise, for the gift. No problem. Enjoy that
Our remaining
delicious
time
gifted
may
sub.
be valuable, Anomaly.
I'm assuming this is just
You
to
must
ask
not
you
hesitate to act when the time comes.
the questions from
All
before.
resources are devoted to necessary tasks. Go and perform yours.
I love his new design, dude. It looks so cool. Oh, damn, this is a... Wait, is that a fucking dragon? Oh, that's fucking awesome. Holy shit! Oh! Oh my god, what is happening around me? I need to look. Oh, okay, I see it. I missed time this time, it's okay. I just did fucking reload. Why has the healing orb not exploded? Ah, fuck. Oh, you do that multiple times. What are you doing now? Okay, that's a new one. Ah, my god. I don't know, what is it with that move that always gets me? Also, where is his weak spot? Is it the... I don't think he has one. Fuck! Fuck! No! The fucking AoE, right! Doggo! Puppy! You're such a good fucking boy. The power of good boys! I'm out of bullets. Oi. Wait, there's like bullets everywhere. No! You gotta let me collect these bullets, man! Fuck. Wait. That's gonna kill me, that's gonna absolutely kill me. Can I heal in time? No! Ah, fuck! Easy. It's so easy. It's so easy. It's so doable. It's so doable. Also, how funny has it gotta be looking at it from their perspective? I go in there, I get my ass kicked, and I just jump out from the fucking crystal back here. Hey guys, bye guys. I'm just gonna fucking do this again. I did not use my abilities. I did not use my boar. Actually, I don't know. I'm gonna swap off the boar. Actually, I don't think it's actually helpful. And he might be too mobile for the whatchamacallit. Motherfucking... He might be too mobile for the electric orb, so you know what? Oh, I never bought the micro missiles. Actually, this would have been the one opportunity for the micro missiles. Should I try the orb anyway? Yeah, why not, right? It's free damage. Alright, let's do this. Oh, my fucking orb is on cooldown. Right. Man, how's it going? Oof. I don't really need to do this. Come on. Oh no! Heal, motherfucker! I need bullets bad. Alright, we've got bullets. And I'm hit. I'm hurting. Ah, I thought that one always fucking tricks me, bro. Do it. Oh, that's a fucking... No! Ah! I didn't turn around fast enough. It's okay, I have the dog here for fucking moral support. He's really just standing here happy. Like, you got this! You can do it! I can't help you! But I'm here for moral support. And you're goddamn right you're here for moral support. I'm gonna fucking kill God with my dog. Fuck. I'm guessing second phase. Yep. I need to reload everything. Oh god! What the fuck? Okay, yeah, okay. Okay. Doable. Welcome to phase 2. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you know, at least it's not anything like phase 2 of the last boss in the first game. Because that hidden mist mechanic from the first game fucking sucked. It actually took me 3 months to figure that out. I had to have someone fucking tell me. Oof. What are you doing? Right. The second one always fucking gets me. Do I have time to heal? I don't want to use the Dragon Heart before the second phase, but I guess I fucking have to. Right, the third, I mean. Oh shit. Fuck. Any bullets? Ow, yep. Oh no! No! I dodged! That's gonna hurt. That really hurts. I need to fucking use my heal bombs instead of my Dragon Heart. I have a feeling that second phase is not gonna ever let me get the opportunity to get the healing buff off. So I'm just making life harder for myself. Alright, on guard, bitch. Oh! Okay. You do that every time. You do that every time, and that actually takes out my full health bar. Damn, that move sucks. Alright. Well, fucking hit you with a knowledge check right at the start. Okay. Say, hey, what you know about giant sword? Hydrate? Oh, okay, actually, let me fucking do that. Alright. Alright, it's too far. Oh, fuck. No. Ooh. Second one? Fucking orbs. Oh! I'm out of bullets. Fuck. No! Woo! Big bullets, big bullets. I'm in a fucking AoE. Oh, fuck you with these fucking orbs. Okay, I can one-shot those. Wait, let me just grab some bullets. What are you doing? Oh. Alright. Give me the next one. Oh, you slide to the right! Or left. I don't think it matters. Okay. What the fuck? Woo! I need bullets. Actually, oh! Oh, that hurts! Fuck! Am I fucking stuck? What's going on? Move it. Oh, fuck you. Woo! Oh, that move sucks. What the fuck? Huh? Oh, what is happening? Oh, okay, I see. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I gotta use this opportunity to grab bullets. Ow, that fucking hurt. Yeah, audio cue. Please give me the chance. Oh, that hurts. What are you doing? Fuck you and your orbs, bro. I missed. Fuck you. That's so cool how he switches between fucking swipes. I'm out of fucking ammo. No! I need bullets. I need lots of bullets, and I need now. What are you doing? You're just chilling. Awesome. Ow, okay, now you're not chilling. No! No! Doggo! Fucking reload. Oh, that hurts so bad. That hurts extraordinarily bad. The world ate my second heal. Hello? Oh, fuck you. The heal. No! Oh, fuck me. Oh, fuck me. Oh, fuck me. You're so lucky I have to reload. sucks. What do you mean resistant? Oh, fuck you. Ah! Let's fucking go!
Now you tell me.
I had hoped it would not come to this.
Come to what? Hey! There's gotta be a way! What are we doing here? There's no goddamn way.
Only two outcomes for me. The corruption consumes us all. Or
Keep! What's going on? Why isn't it staying dead?
the corruption is violent. Containment is no longer a viable option. The only outcome left is annihilation. Eradicate the corruption. The system is to restore.
Okay. What the hell does that mean?
It means wiping everything. Starting over.
Starting over? I thought we were trying to stop that from happening.
We have no choice. The root will destroy everything. For all time.
This is unexpected. I am reluctant to execute.
No. Keep. There's another way. Traveler! On me!
Clementine!
I'm sorry? Oh god, not this shit again. Alright. What in the hell is happening? Fuck. Monkeys! Oh god, did I just have to survive? Until she fucking charges her spirit bomb? I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark. Why are we getting Thanos? Is this more like a physical type of spirit bomb? Or are we actually just gonna like use the life energy of everything in the galaxy to kill him? Is this how they canonically reset for New Game Plus? That's really funny. Are you fucking serious? Wait, what? Okay, so what? What? Okay. All right. So was that like nuking everything, or was that actually like a spirit bomb situation? Fucking, I don't know, dude. Looked like a spirit bomb. Now, GG, yep, yeah. I don't know. We did well though. What was that, like 4th try on the final boss? Not bad, not bad. That second phase is so fucking cool. The way he switches dimensions between before he's about to swipe with the sword. That amazing, amazing, absolutely amazing. You did really good on the final boss. Thank you. Thank you, and everyone, and that's Remnant 2, everyone. We did it. Another game for the books. I'll come back to this. Fucking, I don't know. To when I can afford the DLC. Ugh. This was fun though. I actually genuinely really like this game. I love the first one. Fantastic to know that the second one is fucking even better. I love this. This was fucking. This was actually like really good. Really amazing game. I can see why people can like replay this with the same character like over and over for like hundreds of hours. It has replayability, is what I'm trying to say. And it just looks. It's just cool, man. It's just fucking. It's fun. It's good. I like it. Fun. I had a great time. All right. I'm gonna skip these credits. And yeah, we're done. We are for sure done. Okay. Yeah, okay, well, I guess that's the stream, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you again, Leth, for the raid. Thank you again for all the new follows. To the gift subs that were given out. And yeah, thank you so much to everyone who stuck around. And yeah. This was fun. This was fun. The playthrough will be on the archive. If someone can type in ! Discord for me. We have a Discord server now. I'm trying to remember what else. So I mean that's pretty much it. Next game will either be fucking. I'm actually not sure what the next game will be. Either the Guardians of the Galaxy game, although I hear that that's like full of copyright music, so I'm gonna have to figure out how to, if there's like a stream-friendly mod for that, because if so, then I'll do that. And I forgot what else. I had another game, but I can't bring it to my mind right now. Whatever, I'll just announce it on Discord. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and find someone out to raid us out on. I also still cannot believe I went almost the entire like ending of the game. It dressed as the Tesla bot. Actually, you know what? Guys, for old time's sake, let's do it one more time. Oh, that is not the button I want to press. That's not the button I want to press. Hang on. Oh, I closed the fucking tab. Yeah, you guys did not see my. You guys did not see that. Goddamn! Get out of my face. The Tesla bot saves the universe with a dog. We're gonna. Alright. We're gonna raid someone who I enjoy watching. This is Setsuna Wolf playing Super Animal Royale. They're really cool. I like them a lot. They have nice the most chill vibes. The most chill vibes. Okay. Am I in the ending screen? Okay. Now we're done. Wait, we're not starting, we're ending. Okay. Worst comes to worst, you can turn the music off. This is also true. I was actually legitimately considering that. Although games nowadays also have like streamer-friendly modes, so I might do that. I'm gonna look into it. If they had a dog in the presentation, it would have been sold. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'll just Photoshop a dog and it's fine. Thanks for the stream. No problem. Okay, y'all. I'm gonna peace out. Laters. Bye bye. Bye bye.
Blue Skull Dog. Hi, Blue Skull Dog.